Alrighty, guys. Sorry for the long wait here. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some more of OW2s. Should be a lot of fun. Good. Good evening, Slain. Good evening, guys. Ah, yes. Good evening, though, Slane. Good evening, guys. Sorry about that. I got fucking drama. What the fuck is wrong with people? I swear, guys, some younger chicks love fucking taking control and then pretending, like, trying to make you think that you have some control and then just, like, taking it away from you. Oh, God. What the fuck? Crazy. Yikes. Like, holy fuck, if you want something, then act that way. Don't oscillate back and forth between two different variants because you can't decide internally what you want. And then obviously you don't want the guy to be in control, right? Because then he might do something you don't want, but then you act like you want something, and then you just, it's like literally like playing for control, like a DNS thing, like a domination and submission thing, only like they don't actually act like a dom. Like they don't act like a dominant woman, like a mistress or something. They don't even fucking know what they want. Oh, I fucking hate young women so much. God, it's fucking obnoxious dealing with that shit. It robs you of, like, any sense of autonomy. Oh my fucking god. Like, the thing is, like, it seems like younger women, there's a lot that seem to get off on the idea of emasculating guys, too. And that just makes it even worse. Holy shit. Did I even post my Go Live posts? I don't think I did I? Yeah, it's like the 18 to 25 bracket now like loves like emasculating the shit out of guys and like gets them off. Not all of them, by the way. It's a generalization, but it seems like it's becoming more and more common. I did not make a Going Live post today. Good evening, Yoke. Fucking pick a lane, guys. Need to make a Going Live post. Like, it's one thing. I know some people really like control. Both men and women really like control. And, like, I have nothing against those sort of people, but, like, if it's not my cup of tea, then it's not, right? But if you don't fucking know what you want, then how can I help you figure out what you want? It's one of the reasons I don't talk and date young women. Like, my cutoff for, like, dating is, like, 24. Is because usually that's at the point at which someone has gotten out of college and they kind of have a year maybe under their belt of experience in the real world, or they've already started on their career and they have some idea of what they want. And at the same time they've developed in life. I fucking, like, young women are not something I enjoy associating with in any way, shape, or form. Absolutely fucking terrible. They always just send you completely mixed messages constantly. I have no idea. I would never want to put up with that shit. I don't think I ever have put up with that shit. When I was younger, I used to put up with that shit. Let's go with that. Dating, guys. Ugh. 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 It just, like, hurts your soul. It's like literally someone pushing a button that says stop and go. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Like an animal. Fucking drama, guys. Slapped you? It might have been something else leading up to that, but perhaps I generally don't talk to or associate with women that might be very touchy. Like there's no leeway, and you're always walking on thin ice. That's just a major. That's a nope for me. Some people are willing to deal with that, especially if you're a kind of guy that's very patient. I'm not. I don't. I am very much. I very much like people that know what they want. And then we can decide as grown adults whether or not we both enjoy the same things, and then we can move on with our lives, and there's no drama. I'm not into teaching people what they want when they don't know what they want, but they're trying to convince you that they know what they want when they don't actually know what they want, and as it turns out, you're just literally just a growing phase for them to figure out what they actually want. And basically, they wreck your life by doing so. That's no go. I think most women don't expect that. I guess. There's all different sorts in the world, so who knows? Yeah. That hurt. That fucking hurt. That whole interaction tonight just hurt me. It's kind of funny because my brother had the same one, but she was not a young... Oh, I don't know. People expect different things nowadays. I think there's a reason. I told you guys about that before. There's actually a report from, not a think tank, that collects statistics website now, like, guys 18 to 29, I think 61% of guys are not actually in relationships anymore. 60% of guys, 61%? Something like that. It's something really fucking high. I don't know. It's one thing, like, the shitty thing about it is, like, you can care about someone too, and that just makes you willing to put up with it, and, like, at the end of the day, it just hurts you as a person, and you potentially should just actually consider just moving on with stuff. But you don't want to move on with stuff because you actually like them, because they're actually a pretty cool person. And then it just leads to a circular thing where it's almost like a codependent, it might even be a codependent relationship. But it's not really. I guess maybe it's the equivalent of a codependent relationship, only you're the guy. Instead of the chick being the one that's codependent, it's the guy that's codependent. We took a look at the 240 Hz OLED, definitely not buying it. Still has burn-in problems, but on top of it, it doesn't have a G-Sync module. So there's no, no reflex analyzer built in. Ooh. Pool guy's doing stuff. Oh my god. Cutie OLED. I don't know if I'm interested in taking a look at that. We might. There's a lot of stuff I want to take a peek at, though. Base Gun Go Burt, you mean a catapult? Is that a play on the catapult launcher? Spin launch, I believe is what it's called. GPU prices are crashing 12 hours ago. Okay. NVIDIA 3080. Still more than $500 or $500. Let's see. Buy it now. Parts. Pre-owned. Oh my god. No, 3070. 475. So, yeah, I guess they went down maybe $25. No, $500 is the next one. I found them for $475, $480 for the last couple months. That doesn't mean that they actually went down in price. So, nope. No, they have not. Prices are crashing, though, apparently. Crashing. I don't think crashing means the same thing. Everyone involved. Uh-huh. Negative 37 Celsius actually is not that cold. Oh. I think it's like negative 20 Fahrenheit. Get ripped with testosterone. Oh my god. We might browse this.
Okay, so here's a question. If you want the lowest latency gaming system possible, what parts do you use? Is it better to go with an AMD CPU? This chart is the right side showing the smoothness of the game and the left side showing the responsiveness. So clearly there is a very strong relationship with low input lag and high frame rates. One last game here, F122, another game which is very dependent on fast.
I think this is just the same chart that you made in another video.
Exactly the scaling that you'd expect here after seeing those two previous games. Disabling hyperthreading also a bit of a waste of time on this game in particular. Running the same tuned DDR5 timings as what we did with the 7950X 3D, performance pretty much lines up, but the Ryzen chip here is technically a tiny bit faster. We see basically the same thing in Modern Warfare 2. Disabling the E-cores just resulted in worse performance. Disabling hyperthreading gives us a small bump this time around, and the tuned DDR5 improves things a little bit more versus the 6000 CL36 with default timings that we used at stock. Okay, so Ryzen 7950X 3D, curve optimizer enabled, tuned DDR5 locked in. The final battle that I wanted to lay out here was the RTX 4090 versus AMD's 7900 XTX. For this, I turned to the reflex analyzer on the PG27AQN and manually logged 100 samples on either setup. Basically, the same thing in Overwatch 2, not really much between them. 4090 was a half millisecond faster there, and then roughly 1 millisecond faster in Valorant. To be honest, that's about the difference that I'd expect. I mean, the 4090 is a more powerful GPU, but it's a nice sanity check nonetheless to ensure that one isn't wildly slower or faster than the other. Both GPU makers have their pipelines pretty dialed in. I would still lean towards the Nvidia side of things for this generation though, especially if you're playing esports titles.
Why?
Power consumption is a lot better than AMD at the moment.
Oh my god, power consumption, guys!
Superior to AMD's anti-lag.
Yeah, you can spend an extra $200 to $600 and get a little bit better power consumption. What a great novel argument. Holy fucking shit. This applies to a lot of gamers, you know, spending a couple cents, if that, per day extra on your power bill. Not even that. A couple cents per day extra on your power bill. Oh my god. Jeez Louise. Meanwhile, you spend $400 a month on health insurance. Yeah. Yeah, you know, stuff and things, things and stuff and things. Uh huh.
Okay, so that was a lot of testing, but let's wrap things up.
I
Recommend
don't
the
I don't
79.
understand. I really do not understand why there's a lot of people that will lean towards, hey, look, this has a shiny compared to money. Like, I don't understand this trade-off. There's a lot of tech tubers, not tech tubers, tech reviewers that do this in general. For the longest time, this is a pretty common trend where they'll lean more towards a feature rather than a dollar value, despite the feature not really doing much of anything for you. They'll just do that because like $500 when you're a tech tuber, I guess, doesn't mean nearly as much to a rando that's just buying a video card. You know, $1,000 is a lot of money. $1,200 is even more money for 4080, which is about on par with an XTX. XTX is usually faster than 4080, and sometimes as fast as a 4090. And it's $200 cheaper than a 4080, and $600 cheaper than a 4090. So why? What? $600. Yeah, that's like almost double the price of the video card. 2,000 would be double. It's 50% more than 50% more. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'd definitely lean more towards the fact that it has ray tracing performance too, despite the fact that I'd basically turn it off in all the games I'd play.
950X 3D when those two options cost less than half but are within a few percent. Especially if you're interested in reducing input lag, that few $100s saved can buy you a faster GPU, which as we saw will have a much greater impact. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Hopefully you all enjoyed this one or found it interesting. I'll keep some links down below in the description.
If you are looking for the absolute fastest, obviously a 4090 is that, but pretty much everyone down the rung is going to look for trade-offs between that. So not really all that interesting. Thought I'd take a peek there, see if there's anything novel there. Nope. At least he tests input Lancy. None of the other reviewers have done that, and they seemingly have forgot about that. We got a Devour. Let's take a look at Chinese guy. He's pretty good with his reviews.
Sony has taken the rest of its
HGTVTist.
2023 Bravia TV lineup, spearheaded by the flagship A95L Master Series QD OLED, followed by the X95L Mini LED TV and the A80L series of WRGB OLED, which doesn't use an MLA panel. Let's start with the Sony A95L, which is the world's
So
first
QD
QD
used to be a
OLED
technology,
TV to
quantum
support
dot used to be a
4K
technology
Dolby
that
Vision
Sony
gaming,
was
thanks to inclusion
trying to
of the
trumpet
new MediaTek
and lead the way
Dimensity
against
1000
OLED.
chipset within the
And
Bravia
it
XR
technically is a
processor.
technology you can combine with
However,
OLED, which is
as
what they did
mentioned in
eventually.
my CES scoop, the Pantonic 1000 will only be equipped with two HDMI 2.1 ports capable of FRL or fixed rate link signaling for 4K 120Hz gameplay in HDR VRR. And so it proved on the Sony A95L, where only 2 out of 4 HDMI connections are HDMI 2.1, of which one is the eARC port. Of course, it's worth remembering that 4K 120Hz resolution and 48 gigabits per second bandwidth are essentially only needed for playing games. And even a few years after launch, there are only a handful of HDMI 2.1.
Game was that? What is this? That? It's an RTS of some kind. Huh. Kind of looks like a mobile game. So that might not even be something I'm aware of. It might just be a mobile game that he's playing on PC.
A few years after launch, there are only a handful of HDMI 2.1 source devices on the market, such as the Sony PS5, the Xbox Series X, high-end graphics cards from AMD and Nvidia, as well as the latest MacBook Pro laptops from Apple. If you only watch movies from physical media or streaming, if you don't play games, or if you own a PS5 and don't intend to buy an Xbox Series X or a gaming PC, then I would argue that you don't really need 4 HDMI 2.1 ports, all capable of 4K 120Hz HDR VRR. Moving on from gaming, the Sony A95L certainly has all the ingredients to excite video enthusiasts like me. The TV will use the latest generation QD OLED 2023 panel from Samsung Display. now available in a larger 77-inch screen size for the first time,
Ooh.
in addition to existing
Another
55 and
$4,000.
65-inch sizes. According to
When I
Samsung
bought my
Display,
C8, I think I could get an 80-inch panel or something,
benefit from a new
but it was like an extra
hyper-efficient
$4,000. It was
blue
like double the price of
electroluminescent
my
layer
the
and
C8. It was
IntelliSense
insane.
AI 2.0 algorithm,
7? C8? I think I have a
resulting in
C8, not
higher light
C7.
output compared to last year's QD OLED panel without shortening lifespan. Sony has gone so far as to claim a peak brightness increase of up to 200% from last year's A95K, surpassing the 130% improvement quoted by QD OLED panel supplier Samsung Display going from 2022 to 2023 QD OLED panels. So I would be interested to find out what figures Sony is using as its baseline for calculation, or any special techniques the company has developed to achieve this unprecedented level of brightness boost from a large screen OLED TV. One possibility could be the inclusion of not only a heatsink behind the QD OLED panel to dissipate heat in a quicker manner, but also thermal analysis orchestrated by the Bravia XR cognitive processor to achieve higher peak brightness. Last year, these measures allowed the Sony A95K to clear away image retention faster than the Samsung S95B, despite the presence of some graphite-based thermal pads on the S95B as revealed by a teardown performed by Quantum Dot evangelist Pete Palomaki. So let's wait and see if the Sony A95L will retain a similar advantage over the Samsung S95C when we compare them side by side.
Was it the torn down mode? Is it supposed to look like that? I don't think it's supposed to look like that. I think that is the teardown monitor. Okay, it's an art piece now. But it could also be just a static image that's being displayed on it. I don't know.
A similar advantage over the Samsung S95C when we compare them side by side later this year. With that out of the way, several new measures have been introduced on the Sony A95L and other Bravia XR televisions from the Japanese brand for 2023. 1. There is a new Clear Image XR algorithm within the updated Bravia XR cognitive processor, which can analyze the video signal characteristics to determine the original source, then apply the appropriate adaptive upscaling and noise reduction to deliver a cleaner and sharper picture. According to Sony, if you play a standard definition DVD, remember those, and upscale it to 4K resolution using your 4K Blu-ray player before sending it to the television, Clear Image XR can actually recognize that the original source signal is 480i or 576i and treat the signal as such so that it receives maximum benefit from Sony's video processing expertise. 2. A game menu overlay that sits at the bottom of the screen has been introduced.
It used to be you'd buy a DVD player or a Blu-ray player for its upscaling capabilities and its ability to basically make stuff look better. And now, as it turns out, you just wanted to output a native signal so you can use your newer upscaling capabilities from your monitor or TV that does it better.
Sony's game menu can be summoned by pressing the settings button.
So that's kind of like a legacy setting for someone that hasn't turned it off. You know, it still has it on, but hasn't turned off the upscale.
While in game mode.
Sadly, there's some cheap shit that won't let you turn it off too, excuse me.
Such as VRR, black frame insertion or backlight scanning to reduce motion blur, black equalizer which brightens near black gamma to make enemies in the dark easier to see, a superimposed crosshair to help your aim, all without needing to access a full screen menu which will stop you from seeing the gameplay action on screen.
Maybe that wasn't a teardown. It looks like the monitor's right there on the right side.
Useful is the ability to scale down the picture by as much as 70% to a smaller screen size, allowing you to concentrate your field of view while playing intense FPS games. Because sometimes too big a size can become uncomfortable. Otherwise, there are two new features exclusive to the Sony A95L not found on other 2023 Bravia TVs, signaling that the A95L is the only television from Sony this year to carry the MediaTek Pentonic 1000 SoC. Feature number 1 is the aforementioned 4K 120Hz Dolby Vision support, which should be available at launch. Hopefully, this will add a much-needed Dolby Vision game mode to Sony televisions, which currently lacks a gamer-friendly picture preset in Dolby Vision mode, leading to sluggish input lag figures of more than 100 milliseconds when playing Dolby Vision games at 60 FPS. Feature number 2 is a multi-view functionality that can, For instance, let you play games while watching YouTube tutorials simultaneously. You cheater. Multi-view won't be available at launch on the Sony A95L, but will be added via a firmware update soon. Only not yet. In other news, the Bravia Core very high bitrate streaming service will finally get Dolby Atmos support for a number of recently released titles during the first quarter of 2023, which will be music to the ears of those who own compatible Sony TVs.
I love music in my
On the
ears.
sound front,
Good.
there is a new acoustic center sync technology to improve the sound quality of the TV when used as a center channel speaker in conjunction with compatible Sony audio products.
Yeah.
Acoustic center sync works by outputting the TV sound fractionally earlier than the soundbar, triggering the precedence or Haas effect. The sound delay between the TV and the soundbar is so small that it's heard as one single sound. Yet the earlier sound from the TV will be perceived as the dominant spatial location from which both sounds originated, therefore enhancing the emotional connection to the viewer when it comes to dialogue and speech. Sony demoed this technology using an A7000 soundbar and the new X95L mini LED TV with frame tweeters using a scene from A Star Is Born, and the result was suitably convincing. Design-wise, the Sony A95L is supported on a pair of metallic feet at both ends of the television, with the position and the non-glossy finish preventing reflections from polluting the picture on screen. Observed from the sides, the QD OLED panel on the A95L
Something I've never really understood.
Slightly backwards. The back portion of both feet is tilted inwards, preventing it from spoiling your front view. The default feet configuration is low profile.
I thought he was going to talk about thinness. I mean, my OLED is fucking thin as shit.
But you can also
To the point at which it's not sturdy anymore. Like, you could easily break it, like snap it in half, and that scares the shit out of me. Some people really, really like thin TVs though.
Gets a third central stand position whose footprint is small enough to fit on a narrower piece of AV furniture. The Bravia A95L ships with an updated premium remote which now provides 2 additional direct access buttons to YouTube and Crunchyroll respectively. In terms of OLED, one rung down from the Sony A95L is the Bravia A80L, available in 4 screen sizes of 55, 65, 77 and 83 inches. To be clear, the Sony A80L will use regular WRGB OLED panels, not the most advanced MLA or microlens array panels from LG Display. This means that in 2023 and the foreseeable future, there is no TV brand that will offer both QD OLED and MLA OLED TVs. If I have time, I will do a video explaining why it just makes no financial and business sense for any manufacturer to carry both OLED technologies. The Sony A80L sits on a pair of diamond-shaped sticks, which can be installed in the wide position, the higher soundbar position, or a narrower central position.
This is a product launch video. I didn't know this was a product launch video. I thought this was a review.
Fascia appears to be a dust and fingerprint magnet. Just like on the A80K last year, the anti-glare coating on the 77-inch A80L we saw at Sony's launch event in the UK was semi-matte, contributing to a slightly lower perceived contrast in a brighter environment. Then again, the QD OLED panel without polarizer on the flagship A95L also doesn't look inky black in the presence of ambient light when the screen is off. So perhaps
I think
Sony
my C8 has a purple tint to it when everything's off.
For use in
It's kind of weird. It's not black.
There are no new 42-inch and 48-inch OLEDs from Sony for 2023. So last year's Bravia A90K will be carried over for those who want a smaller Sony OLED television. On the LED LCD front, the Sony X95L mini LED TV is the direct successor to the X95K, offering higher peak brightness and roughly 20% more dimming zones for better light control and blooming suppression. Based on the number of local dimming zones implemented on last year's X95K, a 20% increase still amounts to less than the zone count on flagship mini LED TVs from Samsung, TCL and Hisense. However, Sony has always prided itself on superior local dimming algorithm, believing that it's not the stats, but how you use it. Yeah, that's what I tell myself every night too. This video is sponsored by Box, the online technology store.
Box!
Visit box.co.uk. previously demonstrated in the most watched
Okay.
video on my
This is
YouTube
just an advertisement for his channel. Yeah, I thought it was actually a review of the TV. It's not. I do want to take a look at a Project Farm. We are backlogged on Project Farm, guys. Oh my god. It is Sunday, too. We have not been keeping up with Project Farm. Shame on us. To be fair, there was a lot of hardware launch this last couple weeks. So, last week. Why is Quick Play so sweaty? Because a lot of cheaters playing Quick Play compared to Comp. Either because they have new accounts or they don't think they're going to get banned, or they have a burner account. There's a lot of fucking cheaters in Quick Play. Let's see. Project Farm. Ah, right there. Miss out on, guys. Stop leak products. Oh my god, I want to know. And if they clog stuff.
A car oil leak can cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to repair.
Can.
So the question
Same thing
is,
with the coolant
do oil
leak.
stop leak products actually work? Or are they just a bunch of snake oil? Well, let's find out. We're going to
No.
find out if snake oil works just as well as these stop leak products. In the first test, we'll see which product does the best job of softening hardened O-rings. Then we'll see which one has the least impact on oil viscosity. We'll also see if these products cause harm to new rubber engine components. At a price of only $8 is this Bars Leaks heavy-duty formula. It claims to stop all oil leaks. Includes timing seal cover, cam
Problem with
seal,
them is
rear
it
main,
clogs
and
shit.
other hard-to-stop oil leaks. The bottle of 16.9
Same thing with like a
ounces
stop
is designed to
stop
treat 4
leak
to
that you
6
dump
quarts
in
of
like your
oil.
antifreeze.
The Bars Leak is made in USA. So some of the stop leak products contain powerful solvents which might actually hurt the protection offered by motor oil. So let's test the lubricity or film strength of the motor oil first, and then we'll test each of the products. I'll first add 40 milliliters of oil into the test cup. I'll coat the test wheel and the test pin in motor oil.
One of the things
we
I'm
avoid damage
really
from a dry
interested in,
start. The
Project Farm
lubricity
does a
test
pretty good
provides
job
some great
of making
information
like
on how these additives impact motor
custom
oil.
built
I'll
rigs
shorten this test to only 30 seconds
test
to
things
avoid
that aren't
causing
otherwise
damage to
tested
the test
normally.
equipment if there are poor performing products.
Or compared
While
to
this
each other,
test doesn't
excuse me.
simulate
More
engine operating
so.
conditions perfectly, it'll
Assumingly.
definitely provide us with some great information. To get an accurate wear scar measurement, I'll use a microscope to properly line up the calipers. And the motor oil performed well at 7.05 millimeters. Between each test, I'll use brake parts cleaner to clean up the test equipment, and then I'll use sandpaper to resurface the test wheel. Now that we have our baseline, let's test the Bars Leaks using a 50-50 blend of motor oil and Bars Leaks. I'll use a new mixing straw with each brand. After 5 minutes, the Bars Leaks and the oil are not separating. And there's more friction with the Bars Leaks and motor oil blend compared to the straight motor oil. And the motor oil test pin is on the left and the Bars Leaks is on the right. And the Bars Leaks hurt the performance of the motor oil 7.52 millimeters. At a price of $14 is this Liquid Moly Motor Oil Saver. Maintains and regenerates rubber and plastic seals.
I was thinking though,
The active
when you
ingredient
know
is ethylene
when
glycol.
like a head
The
gasket
Liquid
goes
Moly
or
is
something
made
like
in
that,
Germany.
you're kind of
After
fucked no
5
matter
minutes,
what.
The oil and the Liquid Moly are staying together. And there's definitely less friction with the Liquid Moly oil blend compared to the
The
straight
naming
motor
probably
oil.
could have been
And
a
the
little bit
energy
better
use
there.
meter is showing that the Liquid Moly is performing very well compared to the straight motor
Probably
oil.
actually
And the Liquid Moly and
relates
motor
to
oil blend actually outperformed the straight
molybdenum.
motor oil with
I
a
don't know how to
wear
pronounce
scar
it,
of only
molybdenum.
6.85 millimeters. At a price of $16 is this Lube Guard Seal Fix. It's
Mineral.
designed to be used inside of engines,
Or-
power steering systems, automatic and manual transmissions, and differentials.
Something you
The
normally
Lube
get in your
Guard
diet,
is
too.
made in
You
USA.
get
After
a
mixing the
small
Lube
amount
Guard
of it.
into the oil, the blend became very cloudy. After 5 minutes, the Lube Guard separated from the motor oil and settled at the bottom of the container.
no.
I'll go ahead and stir the Lube Guard once again just before the lubricity test. And there's definitely more
Yeah.
friction with the Lube Guard
Well,
compared
that
to the
was
motor
the point,
oil or
right?
the Liquid Moly oil blend. And the Lube Guard test pin has the most damage yet at 8.07 millimeters. Also, the price is $16. The same price as the Lube Guard is this CD2. It claims to be the #1 selling oil stop leak. It claims to offer anti-wear protection. We're going to test that. CD2 is made in USA. And there's no cloudiness when mixing the oil and the CD2. And the oil and the CD2 are getting along nicely and not separating after 5 minutes. And there's actually more friction with the CD2 than there is with the Lube Guard. And the test pen is very hot to the touch, and there's a lot of damage at 9.33 millimeters, which is by far the most yet. At a price of $18 is this Bardol No Smoke Stop Leak, a world without friction. The dosage depends on the number of cylinders of the engine, made in USA. And the Bardol reminds me of Motor Honey with a very high viscosity. No issues with the Bardol separating from the motor oil. And the very high viscosity of the Bardol is helping it perform well in the lubricity test with less friction than most of the other brands. And the Bardol has done the best yet at only 6.52 millimeters. At a price of $18 is this
Motor
Lucas
Honey.
engine oil stop
Fuck's
leak.
Motor
Lucas
Honey?
calls for one part of
Is
the
that
oil
like
stop
slang
leak
for
product
when when it
and
gets
4
really
quarts
bad.
of oil. The Lucas is made in USA, and the Lucas has a very high viscosity, but not quite as high as the Bardol. No issues with the Lucas
Engine
separating
treatment.
from the motor oil after 5 minutes. Just like the Bardol, the Lucas is performing very well on the lubricity test with less friction taking place compared to straight motor oil. And the Lucas test pen has a smaller wear scar than the motor oil test pen at 6.9 millimeters. At a price of $20, is this Zato Atom X stop leak? Zato claims it contains special components that restore elasticity of gasket materials that results in rebuilding a tight contact of gasket and metal. The Zato is made in Ukraine. And the Zato has a very low viscosity compared to 5W30 motor oil. No issues with the Zato separating from the motor oil. And there's a lot of noise and friction taking place with the Zato with the energy use meter at over 570 watts. And the test pen is pretty hot and has a large wear scar at 8.8 millimeters compared to 7.05 for regular motor oil. Also the price of $20 is this AT205 reseal, which claims to stop leaks fast. It's supposed to work in the engine, transmission, power steering, differentials, and hydraulic systems. AT205 is made in USA. And the AT205 and the oil are very cloudy and don't seem to be getting along. After 5 minutes, the AT205 has settled at the bottom of the container. I went ahead and mixed them back together just before the test. And there's a lot of friction taking place with the energy use meter at over 570 watts. And the test pen is very hot and is blowing off some steam. And the AT205 test pen has a pretty large wear scar at 8.42 millimeters. At a price of $22, is this Justice Brothers engine stop leak? It claims that it stops and prevents engine seal leaks, reconditions old dry rubber crankcase seals and gaskets, will not harm internal parts of the engine. The Justice Brothers is made in USA. And the Justice Brothers and the oil became very cloudy, but they didn't separate after 5 minutes. And there's a lot of damage taking place with the energy use meter at over 580 watts. And the Justice Brothers test pen is extremely hot with the oil and the Justice Brothers turning into vapor. And the damage to the Justice Brothers test pen is the same as the CD2's at 9.33 millimeters. At a price of $22,
Looked like
is
it's
this
chipping
Blue Devil
it, too.
oil stop leak. It claims to be #1 in the country. The Blue Devil claims to make a permanent repair. The Blue Devil is made in USA. And the Blue Devil and the oil became very cloudy when mixed together. Just like the Lube Guard and the AT205, the Blue Devil separated from the oil. I mixed the oil and the Blue Devil back together just before the test. And there's quite a bit of grinding taking place, and the energy use meter is pretty excited. Just like the Justice Brothers, the Blue Devil is blowing off some steam. The test pen is pretty hot, and there's quite a bit of damage to the Blue Devil test pen at 8.53 millimeters. At a price of $24, is this Win's engine stop leak? Stop and prevent engine oil leaks, revitalize rubber and neoprene seals and O-rings. The Win's is made in Belgium, and the Win's as well as the oil seem to be getting along nicely, and they stayed together after 5 minutes. Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage taking place with the Win's, and the energy use meter is in the 580s. And the test pen is extremely hot from all the metal on metal contact. And the wear scar on the test pen is the largest yet at 9.35 millimeters. At a price of $35, is
Thanks,
this Hapco
Win's.
Tri-Seal. Makes a permanent seal and prevents future leaks. The Hapco is made in USA, and the Hapco oil blend became
This is only
very
part of
cloudy
the
when
equation,
mixed
though,
together.
right? Because
However,
you want it
they
to
did
stop
not
the leak in the
separate
first
after
place, and if
5
it doesn't
minutes.
stop the leak,
And
then
there's
it's
quite
kind
a
of
bit
pointless.
friction
If it
with the
does,
watt meter in
you know, the friction
560s,
test
but
doesn't
not
really
quite
matter
as
at all.
much as some of the other brands. And the Hapco test pen has a wear scar of 8.42 millimeters,
Seems
which is
like
quite a bit
8's pretty
smaller
much
than the Win's. At a price
average
of
for most of
$35,
this.
the most expensive brand we'll be testing is made
9
by
looks
Seal
like
Lube.
it's on
It's a
far
seal
end where you don't want it to
expander.
be.
It claims it positively stops rubber seal leaks in any fluid system. The Seal Lube is made in USA, and the Seal Lube and the motor oil became pretty cloudy when mixed together. And the Seal Lube separated from the motor
Yep.
oil after a couple of minutes. I went
You can
ahead and
totally
mixed
tell
them
what
back
you're gonna
together
separate
just
just
before the
immediately.
test. And there's a lot of metal on metal contact taking place with the energy use meter in the 580s. And the test pen is pretty hot to the touch and has a pretty large wear scar at 8.91 millimeters. Is it possible that this snake oil works just as well as these stop leak products? Let's find out. And the snake oil didn't have any problems mixing with the motor oil, and it didn't separate after 5 minutes. And there's a lot of damage taking place with the energy use meter starting off in the 580s. And the test pen is very hot to the touch. And the wear scar is very large at 9.22 millimeters, but it's still better than some of the brands. So the very high viscosity Bardol additive mixed with motor oil actually
The wear is better with snake oil than some of the products. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out, guys. I gotta grab my soda. I got a 6-pack, not technically a 6-pack because you have to buy them separate and they're basically gas station price, but I got another Pepsi Peep. They're actually pretty good. I wish they made a 12-pack and they don't, which means they're trying to milk it. I mean, it's actually a really good flavor in my opinion. It should have been just something they kept and they didn't.
Performed better than straight motor oil with the wear scar of 6.52 millimeters. The Liquid Moly performed well at 6.85, Lucas 6.9, and the Control or straight motor oil 7.05 millimeters. So all of the other products did have a negative impact on the performance of motor oil for anti-wear properties. Before we kick off the next test, let's take the oil from the test cups and pour it back into the beakers. Some of the products claim that they do not have any impact on viscosity. So let's place the oil in a freezer that's set to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 hours, and we'll check back on this later in the video. Let's expose brand new O-rings to the products and see if they have any impact on healthy rubber gaskets and seals. The baseline thickness of the O-rings is 0.206 inches. Some of the products do separate and fall to the bottom of the containers. So let's go ahead and expose the O-rings to the products without mixing into oil. Since there won't be any heat exposure, let's allow the O-rings to soak for 48 hours. Let's place the gasket material in the O-rings into motor oil and let's heat it up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours. This will definitely cause the rubber gasket material as well as the O-rings to become very hard. I'll stir the pot several times during the 2 hours. It's been 2 hours and the oil is cooled off to room temperature. A short durometer measures the hardness of rubber. The higher the number, the harder the material. And the O-ring that was not exposed to hot oil has a hardness of 75. So after 2 hours in the oil, the O-ring now has a hardness of 89.5. So there's been a lot of damage. Before the heat exposure, the O-ring was 0.206 inches and it now has a thickness of 0.194. So that's about a 6% loss in thickness, which will definitely cause an oil leak. Let's see if these oil additives can restore
Suck the
the
moisture
O-rings
right out
back
of
to
them,
the
guys.
original like new condition. Before we heat the oil, let's measure the weight of the measuring cups along with everything in it. To simulate engine operating conditions, let's heat up a 50-50 oil and additive blend along with the hardened seals and gasket to around 200 degrees for 2 hours. And the Justice Brothers oil blend is actually boiling at around 200 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been right at 2 hours, so once the container's at room temperature, we'll weigh them once again. And the motor oil started off at 86.46
Please testing
grams,
evaporation
and the
now?
container now weighs 86.44, a loss of only 0.02 grams. And the bars leak started off at 99.34 grams, and it now weighs 99.33, a loss of 0.01 grams, which is very good. And the O-ring had a thickness of 0.194 inches after being damaged from the heat, and after 2 hours of heat exposure, the bars leak O-ring is at 0.1965, so very little change. And the untreated damaged O-ring has a hardness of 89.5. After 2 hours of exposure to bars leak, the O-ring is still at 89.5. And the Liquid Moly started off at 95.73 and it now weighs 95.1, a loss of 0.63 grams. And the Liquid Moly performed about the same as the bar leaks at 0.1965 on the O-ring. However, the Liquid Moly did seem to soften the O-ring a small amount at 88. And the Lube Guard really struggled, going from 98.07 to
softening is good.
96.24, a loss of 1.83 grams
Assumedly.
the most yet. And the Lube Guard actually works. The O-ring did recover some of its original size and is now 0.2015 inches. It's also back to its original hardness number of 75. And the CD2 performed well, going from 99.88 to 99.83, a loss of only 0.05 grams. Unfortunately, the CD2 didn't help the O-ring expand in size. However, it did soften the O-ring just a little to 85.5. And the Bardol was completely unfazed by the heat and didn't experience any loss. Unfortunately, it just didn't do much to help the O-ring return to its original size, 0.196 inches, and the O-ring is pretty hard at 88. And the Lucas also did very well, going from 96.93 to 96.9, a loss of only 0.03 grams. And the Lucas performed about the same as the Bardol with a thickness of 0.197. And the hardness was the same as the Bardol and the Lucas at 88. Zato started out at 97.74 and dropped to 97.68, which is only 0.06 grams. And the Zato O-ring is also at 0.197, the same as the Lucas. And the O-ring hardness is at 88. And the AT205 separates from the oil and it experienced a lot of evaporative loss at 2.21 grams. And the O-ring is almost back to its original size at 0.2055 inches. Very impressive. And the O-ring is actually softer than new at 65.5. And the Justice Brothers boiled off 8.78 grams, the most of all the brands. And it did better than average with expanding the oil seal at 0.199 inches. And the Justice Brothers also did a great job of softening the rubber at 74, which is very close to its original hardness. And the Blue Devil dropped from 101.34 to 99.81 grams, a loss of 1.53. And the Blue Devil also helped the thickness of the O-ring a little at 0.199 inches. It also softened the seal with the hardness.
I don't know what that little piece of paper is that he's
Winds
putting in.
performed well, dropping from 95.04 to 95.02. 5 grams. And the winds also help restore the O-ring's thickness a little at 0.198 inches. The O-ring is a little bit softer than the control at 84.5. And the Hapco dropped from 100.35
Which,
to
if that continued, it makes you wonder, like, on the current trend, if this actually they just returns to the original size, or it can actually get worse. Like, it'll just start softening the rubber and it'll just turn it to muck, right? It'll dissolve, essentially dissolve the rubber, which it also wouldn't be very good, right? So it actually makes you wonder if some of these could actually hurt your engine too.
A total loss of 0.78 grams. And the Hapco did deliver some improvement to the seal with a diameter of 0.197 inches. It's also a little bit softer at 81.5. And the Seal Lube experienced a bigger loss than the Hapco at 1.32 grams. Seal Lube claims to be a seal expander, and it did just that at 0.2025 inches. It also did a great job of softening the O-ring with a hardness of 73. And the snake oil actually performed well in this test, only losing 0.1 grams. It did not evaporate, and it also didn't help the oil seal at 0.1965 inches. And the seal remained very hard at 89.5. What's very interesting is that the products that perform well as far as evaporative loss just did not perform well as far as restoring the O-ring. And the AT205 came in on top for expanding the thickness of the O-ring at 0.2055 inches. Seal Lube also did well at 0.2025 and LubeGuard 0.2015 inches. The AT205 also came out on top for softening the rubber O-ring with the lowest hardness score of 65.5. Seal Lube 73,
But you wouldn't want
Justice
your
Brother
O-ring to
74,
get too
and LubeGuard
soft.
75. The
Rings to
rubber
get too
fiber
soft,
gasket
rubber
is
to
a
get
lot
too soft.
thinner. So let's see if the thinner material helps some of the products perform better. I'll use the pointed end of the pick to measure how much force it takes to puncture the gasket. So after 2 hours of intense heat, the rubber fiber gasket is very hard, and it takes 798 grams to puncture the gasket. And the snake oil performed better than the control at 704
He loves his
grams.
drill press.
Unfortunately, the bars just wasn't able to soften the gasket at 886 grams. And the liquid moly has done the best yet at 682 grams. And the LubeGuard did a great job of reconditioning the rubber O-ring, and it's done the best so far on this test at 528 grams. And the CD2 performed a little bit better than the control at 760, but not quite as well as the liquid moly and the LubeGuard. And the Bardol did a little bit better than the CD2, but not enough to make a huge difference at 724. And the Lucas did a little bit better than the Bardol, but the improvement is pretty small compared to the LubeGuard. And the Zato performed very close to the same as the Bardol and the Lucas at 718. And the AT205 did a terrific job of softening the gasket at 430, the best yet. And the Justice Brothers also did a great job of softening the gasket at 542 to move into third place behind the AT205 and the LubeGuard. And the Blue Devil performed very close to the same as the LubeGuard at 526. And the Wind showed some improvement at 686. And the Hapco delivered decent results on this test at 492 or 200 grams better than the control. And the Seal Lube did even better than the Hapco at 446 to move into second place behind the AT205. Once again, the AT205 came out on top at 430 grams. The Seal Lube did almost as well at 446 and Hapco 492 grams. The Stop Leak products have been in the freezer for 24 hours. So let's see if the Stop Leak products have any impact on viscosity of the oil at extremely cold temperature. And the motor oil is in lane 1, bars in lane 2, liquid moly lane 3, and LubeGuard 4. And the LubeGuard separated from the oil and quickly went down the slide. And the motor oil is outpacing the bars and the liquid moly. Unfortunately, the liquid moly is frozen and it looks like an egg yolk going down the slide. So it's motor oil in lane 1, CD2 lane 2, Bardol 3, and Lucas 4. And the CD2 is flowing a little bit faster than motor oil, but the viscosity isn't too far off from the motor oil. Unfortunately, the Bardol and the Lucas had a huge impact on the cold oil flow performance. Motor oil is in lane 1, Zato lane 2,
Cold oil
3,
performance
and
actually
Justice
matters a
Brothers
lot
4.
in,
And the AT205 separated from the oil and it went
if you
down
live
the
up
slide
north,
way
right?
too quickly. Zato
You
and
don't want
Justice
your oil
Brothers are
turning to
moving a little bit
sludge.
faster
That
than
kind
motor
of-
oil,
that's a
but the
bad thing.
viscosity seems acceptable. And now it's motor oil, Blue Devil, Winds, and Hapco. And the Blue Devil separated from the motor oil. And the Winds and the Hapco are flowing a little bit faster than the motor oil. And the final three include motor oil, Seal Lube, and Snake Oil. And the Seal Lube separated from the oil and it went down the slide quickly. And Snake Oil is flowing a little bit too fast as well. So all the products had some impact on the performance of cold temperature oil flow. It's been 48 hours, so let's see if the Stop Leak products have had any impact on brand new O-rings that have not been exposed to heat. And the O-ring that was only soaked in synthetic motor oil has a thickness of 0.207 inches and a hardness of 75. Bars Leak did the same as the motor oil at 0.207 and 75. And 0.208 for liquid moly is close enough to the control and no change in hardness at 75.
So you've seen if they
And
actually
the
just
LubeGuard
hurt the
caused a
rings
new
too.
O-ring to swell to 0.2125 inches.
this
It's
test
also
is-
softer at 71.
I think what he could benefit a lot from here, guys, is actually telling you why he's testing certain things and why it matters. Obviously, he doesn't need to do too much but adding a little bit of synopsis, which he kind of does already, but adding like a paragraph of what he's doing and why he's doing it, I think would go a long way. Because some of these tests he doesn't really explain very well, and unless you're kind of like really into what he's doing, or was kind of like into testing methodology in general, you're probably not going to understand perfectly what's going on.
0.2095 for the CD2, which is a little bit larger than the.
He got snake oil. He bought snake oil, not like fake product. He bought snake oil, like oil from snakes, like where they distill it, or you can get oil out of any sort of fat. So you technically can get oil out of really anything that is fat. You can get human oil if you want to. So he actually bought snake oil, which is funny in itself. I'm pretty sure they just sell it on Amazon too. Like that's actually something you could just buy. It's just actually snake oil. Yeah. Like actual from snakes oil. That's why I laughed about it. It's hilarious. That's pretty funny.
However, the hardness
That's
is the
good.
same at 75.
Occasionally he
And the
throws in
Bardal
jokes
is
like
at
that too, which I
0.209
find hilarious.
and has a
Dry
hardness of
humor.
75. And the Lucas didn't seem to cause any change to the new O-ring at 0.206.
Because that's the funny part about this, right? Like you don't know if this is actually doing anything. That's why some of these are oftentimes referred to as snake oil, right? Snake oil salesman. Yeah, which is why he included snake oil.
And 75. Just like the Lucas, the Zato didn't seem to hurt the new O-ring at 0.2065 and 75. And the AT205 did cause the new O-ring to swell a little bit to 0.215 inches. It also went from a hardness of 75 to 70. And the Genesis.
Some of these you probably don't want. Like the AT205, while it looks like it performs well, is actually possibly something that you don't want because it's detrimental, because it actually hurts new stuff, right? That means it's actually doing something it shouldn't. It should just return it, it should revitalize it and return it to its original form. It shouldn't actually go over the top of it.
Brothers also caused a new seal to swell to 0.213 inches, and it's a little bit softer at 71. And the Blue Devil performed almost the
So you
same
want
as the
something that
Justice
does
Brothers
a
at
little bit, but it
0.213
doesn't
and
do
71.5.
more than like
and the winds
the
had very
original
little
control.
impact on the new O-ring at 0.208 inches and 75. And the Hapco caused a new seal to swell to 0.213 inches, and it softened to 71. And the Seal Lube also caused a new O-ring to swell to 0.215 and 72.5 for hardness. Some of the products did cause the new O-rings to swell, and some of the products also caused a new 5 for hardness. Some of the
Control is 0.207 down here. So this is probably where you want to be. I'd say the cutoff is like right about here.
The products did cause the new O-rings to swell, and some of the products also caused the new O-rings to soften. When taking into account both the wear scar size and the evaporative loss, the AT205 had an average finish of 3.6 and Seal Lube 4.4. If it's all about effectiveness of stopping oil leaks and not about potential risk, the AT205 easily won this showdown with an average finish of first place. However, all of the top 6 finishers demonstrated pretty good effectiveness as stop leak products. One of my vehicles had a very the top 6.
Hardness of new O-rings after stop leak product exposure. So it had a 1. I don't think 1 is good in this case, because that means it's over softening the rings. Like AT205, even though it looks like it scored well, I don't think it did. I think it actually did worse. Where you actually want something that did not adversely affect control compared to just the new O-ring in general. You want it to be basically the same. Whereas you want it to do something when it is it degenerates or deteriorates, right? So I don't completely agree with this.
6 finishers demonstrated pretty good effectiveness as stop leak products. One of my vehicles had a very bad rack and pinion leak several years ago, and I used the stop leak product. Fortunately, it did a great job, and I've only had to add fluid one time in about 5 years. However, there are potential risks with using stop leak products, and I would never use a stop leak product in a vehicle that didn't have an active leak. Also, I'd rather make a proper repair instead of using a stop leak product on a much newer vehicle. All the videos in this channel, including this one, are viewer
Repairs are
suggested.
sometimes
So if
very
you have a video
expensive,
idea, all
and
you'll take
depending
time to
on
leave a
how long you
comment.
plan to have your
Thanks so much for
vehicle,
watching.
it
Please
actually
take
kind of
care
makes
and look
sense
forward
to
to
use
next
something
time.
like a stop leak product, even though it's kind of like a no-no. You should just fix it. You should fix it, proper, right? You should do the thing you should, but that sometimes involves tearing apart your engine or your heater core. Let's say if the heater core in your car is leaking. Heater cores in cars or in any vehicle is a huge pain in the ass. If you don't know what a heater core is, when you turn on the heat in the winter, it goes through basically a little radiator in your dash, right? And those can leak. And sometimes they do. And it is horrible. It is absolutely horrid trying to get them out. Some vehicles, it's not too bad, but on a lot of newer vehicles, especially, it is terrible trying to get them out. It is an abomination. It's an atrocity. And you better hope your vehicle is under warranty because they usually have to rip the dash out. Yeah, they have to tear the dash out. And that takes a lot of fucking man hours and obviously a lot of money to do that. Never use heat in Florida? Well, good for you. It can still leak. And if it leaks, it can basically make your car smell sweet. It'll smell like maple syrup. Some people have different ways of talking about what antifreeze smells like. It'll make your windshield foggy. And generally, obviously, not good for your health, but it can do more than just leak and not work. It will work, or it will leak and your engine fluid will leak out. And it doesn't even matter whether or not you use it or not. So. Durability, integrity.
Effectiveness as stop leak. $205. Once again, the AT205 came in on top at 430 grams. The Seal Lube did almost as well at 446 and Hapco 492 grams. The 1.5 and 72.5 for hardness. Some of the products did cause a new.
So here's control. This is just oil. And this is everything around oil, which he basically gave a 5, which is a bad score too, which is everything down here.
New O-rings to swell, and some of the products also cause a new.
This is where it gets too soft. If you get, by the way, if an O-ring gets too soft, it loses its pressure rating. So O-rings generally stop pressure, but if they get too soft, they become too pliable, and then they can break, for instance. Yeah. Like down here, you have the force to puncture the gasket. Here's control. Don't want it to puncture the gasket, right? Feels an awful lot like his rating here is actually, like, you do want it to restore. At the end, you don't want it to actually affect a new gasket at all. Like, you want something like the Brandol or the CD2. Then it's also showing the O-ring thickness after heat exposure. Maybe I'm just expecting too much. It's impossible to actually get something that functions without adversely affecting something that's new. Because obviously it's a chemical reaction. Hmm. Like, we'll post some criticism. We'll see. Interesting, though. Okay. Interesting. Otherwise, like, everything, I would agree. So I think you want the puncture resistance to be the same as the control. You basically want to be as close to control as possible, for both revitalizing as well as, like, just sitting in the liquid. It should just return to the original state it was in and either be above or below the control. Oh my god, cable management. Plus pre-built. Wow. No. That's fine. Okay. Do an upload. Yikes, I've been starting stream after midnight for like the last week. Gotta stop that, guys. Okay, doing an upload in the background here. Pretty sure I'm doing an upload in the background. Huh. Okay, let's take a look at the Overwatch Reddit. Never had a sim save me with a TP. Oh my god, Sims making plays, 15,000 upvotes. You need to suggest if they keep doing anime skins, this is where they're going to suggest cross-dressing Sailor Moon. The link is literally to their TikTok. Their link tree. You gotta be fucking shitting me, dude. That is some bait and switch shit. Pictures of animes? It is their art of animes. Okay. I mean, some people want to make art styles, I guess. They're allowed to make their own art style. Tired of being countered by Farah. You mean Farah being countered? Oh my god, is it a Doomfist that punches a Farah? No way. That's never happened before. Wow. There's tons and tons of Doomfists that love doing that shit. You just ignore them. Someone's gonna kill you regardless when you're ulting. Deadeye is seriously broken.
Yep, Deadeye can miss. And not by some 1 in a million
This isn't new. This has been on Reddit off and on for the last 6 months.
set of circumstances. It misses pretty frequently.
Two of those look like lampposts.
What?
When he fires his projectile, it's actually when he fires, it's actually a projectile. It's not hit scan, so it can actually run into shit. Or the hit scan hits shit, either or. What the fuck was he even shooting there? That's what I'm trying to figure out. His skull. Mercy, I think? Then it went away. Maybe after you pulled the trigger.
What?
To be fair, the ability description says nothing about actually hitting enemies, but it's pretty clear that something is bugged. And after spending the last 2 weeks examining how Deadeye works, you have no idea how bugged it is. Seriously, grab a snack or something because we're getting into the weeds here. Overwatch heroes are more than just models and textures. Each one has unique weapons, particle effects, and sound effects. To help with the placement of these components, character models have
Did I not
invisible
upload my video?
attachment
What the fuck
points
happened?
called hard points. Objects can be attached to these points and will follow any animation applied to the model. Hard points allow muzzle flashes and smoke to follow weapons. Spoken dialogue to emit from the character's mouth.
And they say chivalry is dead.
And name tags to track the player's head. Deadeye makes use of certain hardpoints to function. Every hero has a hardpoint in their chest with ID 1, which is where the bullet shot by Deadeye travels to. Every hero also has a hardpoint in their head with ID 12, which is where the lock-on indicator is displayed. To determine if Deadeye is locked on to a target, the game performs multiple line-of-sight checks originating from the shooter's camera. First, line of sight is checked against hardpoint 1. Second, line of sight is checked against an upper LOS point, typically located near the chest. And third, line of sight is checked against a lower LOS point, typically located near the knees. If any one of these LOS checks pass, you have line of sight to the target. You'll notice that the skull indicator has no influence on line of sight, nor where the bullet hits. If there's one thing you should absolutely know about Deadeye, it's that the skull in no way guarantees that you will actually hit your target. You'll also notice that the upper and lower line of sight tests are separate from the bullet path. This causes some issues in game. Since only one line of sight check needs to be met, you can miss a locked on target by only establishing lower LOS. Although I technically have line of sight to Reaper, the bullet goes to hardpoint 1, which is in his chest. Most heroes' lower LOS points are 0.6 units above their ground position, so there is a very large range of heights in which you can reproduce this. You can get some pretty crazy lock-on angles because of this. It's also possible to miss Deadeye by only establishing upper LOS, but there is a much smaller range in which this occurs. This is because the upper LOS point and the hard point are typically very close to one another, but not always. From this position, I can reliably lock onto and hit Widowmaker with a Deadeye. If she's put to sleep by Ana's sleep dart, I can still lock onto her, but the bullet now misses. Although hard points follow character models during the sleep animation, line of sight points remain static. Even though the upper LOS check passes, the bullet target is way down here, obstructed by the ledge.
So there has to be some reason that they did this, right? It is more work for them to program around 3 points rather than program around 1 point. They could just perform a check on the chest, which is where the projectile goes in the first place, or the hit scan. I don't know. You didn't specify which it is. I assume it's a projectile compared to his normal shot, which is hit scan. But at the same time, like, they could have just programmed it so it only locks on the chest, right? And only checks for chest and only locks on chest and only show you the head marker on chest. So they intentionally programmed McCree to do this.
Once Widow wakes up, the bullet target is back in view, so Deadeye will hit again. If you think that's bad, put on your seatbelt. We're just getting started.
Question is why?
There are some scenarios where you do have line of sight to a target, but you can't fire the shot. To understand why, we first need to examine character models, specifically their bind poses. A character's bind pose, or commonly referred to as a T-pose by players, is the default pose used when sculpting the model. A bind pose can be very different from a hero's in-game idle animation. Junkrat, for example, is physically one of the tallest characters in Overwatch, but he has a severe slouch in-game. Because of this, the hardpoint used by Deadeye is much lower in-game than it appears in his bind pose. Here I've added a yellow beam to show where the hardpoint is in Junkrat's bind pose. When you first use Deadeye, the game evaluates the hardpoint's position as if the target is in their bind pose. Although I don't have upper or lower line of sight to Junkrat, I do have LOS to the hardpoint's default position. Once I fire Deadeye, the game re-evaluates the hardpoint to be in the correct position, as shown by the bullet path. Due to workshop limitations, I'm not able to show the hardpoint moving, but trust me, it's not up here anymore. If I continue to use Deadeye again in the exact same place, I can no longer lock onto Junkrat, since the hardpoint has moved down where it should be. So to summarize, this yellow beam only provides line of sight the first time you use Deadeye against a target.
Well, no, it's not a work for most scenarios. It's intentionally they programmed it this way, using three dots and having a line of sight check on the chest and was it on the neck? It's basically neck, groin, and then the bullet goes to chest. They intentionally did this with the hit marker being on the head. So they intentionally did this. This is not a fuck up. It'd be easier for them just to program a check on the chest and have it shoot to the chest. So why did they do this? We'll see. I'm waiting to actually curious.
The inverse can happen as well.
What his conclusion
I
is.
can't lock onto Farah since I can't see her upper LOS point, lower LOS point, or the hard point. When she slept, however, her model extends just far enough around the corner for me to see the hard point. Despite this, I can't actually fire Deadeye. My client really wants to fire a bullet, but as far as the server is concerned, Farah's hardpoint has not moved. This results in the "you didn't really shoot Deadeye" mispredictions. Since the hardpoint only updates its position when Deadeye is shot, every Deadeye use will influence the next Deadeye. As an example, from this position I can hit Bastion with Deadeye every single time I use it. Then, I deliberately move Bastion's hardpoint downward by shooting him while he is sleeping. After this, I can no longer lock onto him from this position no matter how many times I try. But if another player shoots him
Not
with
that you'd
Deadeye,
ever do
his
that.
hardpoint moves back up where it's supposed to be, allowing me to lock on again.
It'll only be an issue in custom games.
So far, all of these Deadeye misses have involved line-of-sight shenanigans. Surely with a completely unobstructed view of your target, Deadeye can't miss. If a hero undergoes a rapid pose change right before Deadeye is shot, the bullet can miss. This is actually what prompted this entire video in the first place. I've received dozens of clips and replays showing Deadeye just missing point blank. And it didn't take long to brute force reproduction.
Where a lot of people think there's dynamic
She
difficulty in the game
She
too.
dodged it! You guys see that? She dodged it again. She dodged it. Oh my god, we found it. The immediate assumption would be that the hardpoint moves outside of Mercy's hitbox during this animation. While it's an intuitive guess, there are characteristics of this bug that make me doubt it's an animation error. A Cassidy bot spawned on the server will never miss Deadeye due to a pose change. The bullet will always hit Mercy. Furthermore, players with higher latency have a much wider window of time for Deadeye to miss. At a ping of around 60 milliseconds, there's about a 60 millisecond window in which the bullet can miss. At a ping of around 250 milliseconds, there's about a 160 millisecond window.
It has to be a projectile.
If this were just an issue with the Guardian Angel animation, you'd expect all three test cases to have the same window of time to miss. And no, these are not iframes. Mercy doesn't tank the hit with 0 damage, the bullet literally just misses. If we put a shield behind Mercy, you can see that it takes damage from the bullet whizzing past her. Aside from Mercy, plenty of heroes can dodge Deadeye this way, including but not limited to Sojourn's.
I think it's led at the old animation position, so when Mercy moves from an animation like this to like this, instead of her oscillating on the center point right here, which would allow it to hit, her model swings. Her model swings forward like this, and as such, it's still aiming at this until this point updates over here. It's still aiming at the old point behind the model.
Sliding. Cassidy rolling.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Lucia
aiming at the
being
old position.
earth-shattered.
Yeah, like it doesn't update in time. It aims at the old spot prior to the model switch, not where the model is in real time. It's interesting.
Just like the previous bug, missing Deadeye like this moves Mercy's hardpoint, which affects your next Deadeye. As an example, I can't establish LOS to Mercy behind this statue. But if I miss Deadeye while she uses Guardian Angel, I can establish LOS behind the statue, because her hardpoint now extends behind her. Though remember, the hardpoint corrects itself the moment I shoot. The fact that your network condition determines whether or not Deadeye hits is what makes this truly bizarre. And to be honest,
not really if
I'm
it's a
not certain
projectile.
what's going on. Speaking of network conditions, there is one more way to miss Deadeye that I'd like to cover. If you've been in the Overwatch scene for a while, you've probably heard the phrase "favor the shooter" quite a bit. This term describes one of the consequences of lag compensation. Other players can appear to shoot you around corners if you're still on their screen at the time the shot was fired. Deadeye doesn't really behave the same way. You can fire a shot while the other player is still on your screen, but the bullet travels to their new position behind the corner.
Projectile. Only demonstrated that with hit scan.
This means there's a
Projectile.
pretty good chance you can force Deadeye to miss by jiggle peeking Cassidy. So never use Deadeye if you have high ping. Or ever. Just use it to reload. Special thanks to everyone who helped with this video by sending me replays of Deadeye misses.
Interesting.
And to everyone in my Twitch chat that stuck around for the ride. If you don't know, I stream behind the scenes stuff like workshop programming, green screen choreography, and just testing random things people ask about. Resbob. Wow, I fell for it.
Kind of weird how
Anyone
this
ideas,
popped.
chat?
This is 15 hours ago and it was
Or
190
saving his turret. I
upvotes.
thought he said res the turret. I'm like, I'm not gonna fall for that one immediately. Still not gonna live that one down.
I guess he explained that. Favor the shooter with projectiles? No way. No. Weird. It's actually, that was pretty well made content. I don't know why it has such few upvotes. Team to Reddits, guys, and good evening, Ooze, by the way. Why? So the question is why? Why does it have 3 different hard points? 1 that it shoots to, 2 that it checks, and then the head, which is just a visual indicator. Why? They could have all programmed it off your chest, and arguably that would have been fine, right? It's like they're intentionally trying to make the shooter miss. Is the only thing I can surmise there, is they're trying to make the shooter miss by making the shooter think he has a chance of hitting. The animation bug I could see just being a bug where they switch model spots when they switch animations. That's just a bug. But the checks is definitely programmed to do that. DVD Reds. All right. Done and done. Yes. We're on holding pattern, guys. Waiting for my new computer to arrive sometime this week, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. The usual. Yeah. Did not get a 7950X 3D. Kind of wanted the 7900X 3D, but something about it only having one of the chiplets with 3D cache on it, and yeah, the whole, and I don't really want an 8-core processor. The whole experience right now has kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. So, yeah, I ended up going to 13900K. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna play some Overwatch here, guys. I have to RMA my 5900X as well, which I haven't done yet. Okay. Alrighty. But till then, we are on holding pattern. We're going to do some more OW2s. I haven't even been tweaking, guys. I have not even been tweaking. Tweaking. Not that kind of tweaking. More of the, game tweaking. Also, Pepsi Peeps is actually pretty good, by the way. I don't know if I'd prefer it over, like, mango Pepsi. Okay. I'm going to take a piss real quick here, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll play some Gamazes. Alrighty, guys. Good. There's still some tweaking we could do too. I think I'm just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait at this point until I get my new computer, and then see where things go from there.
Strike from above.
Oh, this is Echo, then strike from below. Or the side as she flies better than you.
Taking off.
Same thing with Mercy.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't
I see your mode on. Oh my god. Burning my eyeballs for the sake of performance. I see your mode is VRB, by the way. Hey, no. Good evening, dude. Good evening, guys.
strike from above.
Good.
He's the sign of a mature warrior.
Up and away.
Your mom's a sign of a mature warrior.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
Tending to the earth keeps the girl busy.
Oh, yeah? You a shaman now? What the fuck does that mean? I didn't know, like, priestesses in Japan were, like, shamans, but I guess...
Attackers incoming.
Widow? Ash.
Let's kick this off.
Usually a Widow. The Echo. And they just kill... our Kiriko. Okay.
All systems nominal.
Yeah.
Establishing aerial position. Your prayers are answered.
Ash is very accurate now. Yep.
For the parched.
Pretty sure our Ash friend is cheating. Good.
Returning to battle.
It's like a minute after the match started.
Up and away.
It's our first test was like that too.
Scaling up.
Once again, characters need to make sound in the air, guys. It's not part of this game right now. People need to talk about it. Characters need to make sound when they're flying. All the time. You should just make sound when you're in the air. They don't.
Taking flight. Here it comes. Making another approach. Your day just got made. Aerial position.
Good.
Always more to learn.
Looks to be a pre-made lobby.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
I'm not checking in.
Throwing in my exact position around corner. Pretty sure the ball's cheating too.
Dynamite out. I enjoy a good roast. I don't stay down.
Good. Fun first game, guys. See if we can get some hanging footage. Wow, that's good aim. Kind of like this other guy's aim. Yep. He has a bone mesh aimbot. As you can see, he's locking on my feet. Good.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Although I also made a big stink about the whole having to shoot at someone's dick, so it could be at this point they're going to start fixing that, which is one of the things that I mentioned before. Hey! Good. Uh-huh. Pre-made.
You're welcome. Shake it off.
Our enemy craves another defeat.
Messy, but we got it done.
Good for you. No, I already got that. Cheating Ash again. Yep. Gotta love that pre-aim. Good shit.
Always more to learn.
First time I've seen that, by the way. It looks like when I was on the doorway, it was latched to my, like, shins, not my ankle. I don't even think it's a bone mesh. I think it has a... I think it has a spot for, Here. Have fun with my teammates. Yeah. The dumb shit, and then she just fucking stood there. These guys aren't good, guys, but they're cheating, so. Shit. I'm just gonna stand in front of them. I'll be perfectly fine. Derp-a-derp-a-derp. Derp-a-derp-a-derp.
I don't think so.
Need a shot in the back here in a second. Where is the Mercy? There she is. There we go. This guy has 0 reaction time, but hits every fucking shot. Other guy that's incredibly fucking accurate. He missing now? No way. Uh-huh. Landed on a mine.
I don't stay down.
Fuck. I don't understand, like, when you get hit by shurikens, it actually sounds like you're, yeah? Maybe he does have problems with shooting feet. Huh. Alright. Oh, we'll kill their queen. Missing? You miss? Oh. Hitting a lot of her shots again. Good for her. Should have tried killing the McCree too. I didn't. I gave up too soon. Yeah?
I see an enemy. Enemy here. This airspace is closed. What I can do.
For what she did that, I think she thought she could get a cheeky res off.
60 seconds.
Aren't very good. They don't position well either.
4 hits confirmed. I knew I could count on you. Enemy over here. Enemy here.
Balls on my dick. God mercy. Who's stepping out?
Time to kick some tail. Rains from above. Enemy here. I'm on top of the world.
Bob's dead apparently at some point. Hey!
There's
She caught up with the cheater too. Unhappy face! Oh, I cheated and I'm unhappy! Oh no! So possibly turned down. None of these guys seem... That's pre-aim right there. I didn't think this guy was cheating. It actually kind of looks like he's cheating now though. Because he misses shots. But the dash was 100% cheating. The ball in very soon was cheating as well. No. Um. Yeah. Do you think the wrecking ball is also cheating? Like, wrecking balls don't actually do that much damage with their guns. It's mainly a means to finish people off, but that guy was like locked to you. You could feel like him just like draining your health. Master. Ah, I see. Games. See. 100 hours. Where the fuck did all their hours go? Be a bot account. Bot account. 11 minutes, 38.5. That was not 38.5. Oh, 42. 7. That was not 42 and 7. And 19. That's looking more like what we saw. They're newer hours, by the way. I don't know about the ball. Ash is definitely cheating. He's shooting me in the shins, too, which is usually a bone mesh aimbot. But it was always clicking to my chest or head when my upper half was exposed. Which is entirely possible to make a hybrid aimbot where it'll lock onto parts where other parts are not exposed. I'll prefer certain areas. Or it could just be normal aim. That wasn't normal aim, though. I'd actually say she actually got worse at the end of the match, too, but we had some fills that actually were doing work, that Genji was doing work. I didn't even do anything up until, like, they got inside, and we had refills. Backfills. They just kept running us over, and the Ash killed everything that moved. It didn't even seem like the Wrecking Ball was good. That's, like, the shitty thing about it. It just seemed like a guy that was just fucking around. And they just made it more miserable.
They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind if I'm better.
I know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target.
Aerial positioning underway. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
I'll put work in your mom. Oh my god. That's Anna. Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Taking off.
Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
There it is.
Messy, but we got it done.
What the fuck? How'd that last one not kill her? Well, that sucks. Okay. Literally just res right in front of me. Not that I thought that the Sojourn was cheating, but it definitely just looked like she was snapping between 2 different or 3 different people there. 4. Okay.
Number. Be advised.
Wrong. Maybe Ash is cheating.
Blasted.
Huh. Oh, yeah?
All systems
Yep, I see. So every time my chest and head would, or my chest would go behind a wall, he'd detach, and then when I'd show up, it'd snap back to me.
doesn't get better than that. Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Taking off. Enemy over here.
Persistence is always rewarded.
That's Anna that's not missing. This Kiriko wall climbing.
Establishing aerial position. En route.
Missed. Hey look guys, there's a shield that just magically appeared and I died.
Enemy located.
Repositioning. Enemy here. On the move.
Huh.
They're powered and ready to fire.
Okay.
Okay, my head's in the game.
The payload has reached.
Increasing altitude.
The Me Too Farah. Good. Yeah. That is the Sojourn. Sojourn's definitely cheating, by the way. So now it's coming down to BM. And I also think is cheating.
Thanks. Enemy over here. This airspace is closed.
Isn't Sojourn? It is somehow so incredibly hard to hit people, guys, that are slow falling. It is ridiculous. It's both the Mercy and then also the Baptiste.
I see an enemy.
That wasn't the Sojourn, it's the Genji. This is a bad idea. And Sojourn needs to kill me. I should just went after the Sojourn. I don't know why I bothered with that. Trying to ult Farah is a horrible, horrible idea. I thought I could kill him because otherwise the Farah's going to kill me.
I don't want to talk about it.
And then I could have killed the other guy. Sometimes you gotta try something. I know it's a bad idea and I did it anyways.
Rains from above. Establishing aerial position. This ends now.
Pre-aim.
Ends now. Returning to battle. Repositioning. Aerial positioning underway.
Need to not go after Farah. Farah's not even that big of a deal. She's a distraction right now. Like the kill the Farah as Farah, otherwise you're gonna get killed by Farah vibe is super strong when you're playing against Farah. That wasn't any of the two guys that were on my dick.
Time to kick some tail. Over there. Increasing altitude.
No.
Breaking them down. The skies await.
Really doesn't even matter. You have to go after Sojourn and that's it. That's definitely... That is like a hard lock aimbot, or hard lock predictive aimbot. Projectile aimbot. Good. Mm-hmm. Alright.
Play of the game.
Pinpoint accuracy.
Traveling to Havana. Repair your defenses.
Projectile aimbots are more rare, but they do exist. Good. Good stuff.
Strike from above. Thanks for the assist. Up and away.
Not like any. There's like almost no deviation there. You can see it like making like circles and shit while following along through the lead. Christ. The only person that had to die in there, we probably would have done much better if we just killed Sojourn. All we had to do is kill her. Like, sometimes the stats can be misleading, like it looked like the other DPS was doing work. Anna also might have been cheating, too.
4, 3, 2,
Taking off.
1. Attackers incoming.
And there's a Widow. Probably means the Sojourn is a disposable account too, and she doesn't actually care about. She can toggle off at any point during the match. Probably doesn't care about getting banned. It's just a disposable burner account. Eventually gonna get headshot playing with that. Yep. Whenever they do pop shots, guys, especially if the player seems sus, they're gonna hit a headshot and or body shot and kill you in the air. You gotta show me the styles. They even fucked up their pop shot there. They bounced off a wall, which should fuck up their shot, and it didn't. For them.
Taking to the air. Enemy here. Dispersing. Flashing disguise.
Fucking Christ.
Up and away.
Oh, I didn't go robot.
For the assist.
No.
That's 3 in a row. An enemy. Justice reigns from above.
I should have went for Bastion. He's just walking by too.
Shake it off. En route.
Also, the amount of shit on the screen, guys, when you're getting hurt is absurd. Blizzard needs to tone that down like in Overwatch 1. It wasn't a big deal when you're getting damaged. Overwatch 2, it's fucking horrible. Your screen's just like constantly flashing like bloodshot. Like this is some sort of crisis game or something. Ultimate realism in our competitive first-person shooter. That's what we really need. That's what we desire. Push. That's not who I pointed at. Mirror Reaper, because that makes complete sense, I guess. Get him. Yeah, we did. Trying to use everyone else to tank shots when she's obviously trying to kill me. She's working pretty good. Kind of weird. The more I play this game, guys, and the more it seems like there's players that are sus, you try to figure out ways of like manipulating their bots or like whatever. No! Fuck. Oh, I fucked up. That was actually a good ult and I fucked it. Line of sighted on everyone. Get off the point. Good? Like, you could tell that fucking Ash kept trying to kill me, and then I just line of sighted with all the other players in front of me, the tank and then the Reaper. I kept using line of sight of both those guys to eat my shots. And then she, like, split damage. I fucked it up. And she split damage between me and the other players in front of me and killed basically neither of them. I don't know if that was intentional. It definitely looked like she was trying to shoot me. And whether or not that's completely correct, I don't even know. Definitely felt that way, and that's why I was line of sighting and spending a lot of time on the ground. Whenever I was up in the air, she's trying to kill me, so it's safe to assume she kept trying to kill me, right? On the ground, too. I don't know. Definitely felt like she was staring at me. Stats are fucked up. This is why work from home's ending, guys. Good.
So you're going with golf? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
What I want never should have mattered to begin with.
McCree? Going with McCree?
All right, then. Test me.
Sure is such a mama's girl.
You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
I'm trying, Fariha. Please be patient with me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
Die.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack.
Okay. He already wins. We know we got a Hanzo and also Sombra. Yeah. No Widow, no hit scan. Bad time to reload. Hey, buddy. Holy fucking shit. Oh. He probably... Actually, I don't think he would have pinned me. They definitely toned down the pinningness of Ryan. Made it smaller. Okay. Know where she went. Anna's a problem. Multiple people trying to kill me.
Okay, my head's in the game.
I think I was exposed by infravision arrow, not by... Oh, we gotta go for the Anna. God. Thought I got that right. There he is. I really fucking hate the art style in Overwatch 2, guys. It is so incredibly hard. All I saw was his outline. That's how I identified him, was his outline. His model up in the air was so dark, it looked like a shadow on the ground. Because Overwatch 2. It's hashtag Overwatch 2. That's not good. Oh. This guy might be cheating. You know.
I'm with you.
Anna might also be cheating.
Some air power.
Hi. Guess her team's dead over there.
Distance is no obstacle to me.
Huh. Like she knew I was sitting there. Weird. You can expect Kiriko to do the same thing.
Shake it off.
60 seconds.
On the move.
Let's take him to the underworld.
Up. And the DPS aren't very good, but it's just making things more miserable because Sombra doesn't need to be good. All she has to do is hack you. That's actually kind of curious why anyone ever thinks Sombra's bad, because in order for her to just completely fuck up an enemy, all she has to do is hack them. fuck did their healers go?
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
We didn't kill their healers. Where the fuck did they go? What the fuck was that? Ah. Echo to sit on my dick. Lovely. Oh, she's dead. Okay.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh.
I was always graceful in the air.
Their widow cheating? Maybe. No one came up this fucking stairs! What the fuck is that? I expected them, they're like, I'm gonna look up the stairs right now, and then no one went up the fucking stairs, they just fucking sat there. That's why I did it up in the air, too. Holy shit. Good. That is the Echo slash Hanzo, I want to say. Oh, which is which anymore?
I knew I could count on you.
Once again, it shouldn't be easier to see the outline than it is anything else in the game. I'm pretty sure that Kiriko's cheating. And also might be cheating. Fucking Christ. It's like right in front of me and I can't see him. Again, I have no idea where she is. It's like she's trying to hide from me. Intentionally trying to hide from me. Without me being able to see her. Okay. I just got stuck on the edge instead of going over it. Because Blizzard decided in their infinite knowledge to make everything stickier and grow arms so you get stuck on it instead of sliding off of it like you used to. Probably to deal with an exploit of some kind. What happens if we just increase the friction coefficient of the walls? That'll be great. Make it more realistic, too. Might as well go for it. So Anna, I'm very certain is cheating. The Kiriko is also cheating. And that guy's a kid. You can tell by the simplistic logic. Good for him. Let's take a look at who is who. Sombra is the Tracer. Widowmaker, Soldier, Hanzo. Anna is definitely cheating. The Kiriko is also cheating. Enough. Going wall looking. Kiriko was definitely cheating. Ah, is this a level 1? Is this a burner account? No. No. Always makes you wonder when you see the level 1 endorsement, though. Both of the healers only ever basically shot me. And Kiriko was intentionally being aggressively offensive, which you could see when they're climbing up on that side ledge on the right side there. Like that wasn't being defensive and just attacking when I showed up. Good for them. And I had no misses. Uh-huh.
Strike from above. If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
So you're going with Cole? Joining Overwatch?
Isn't that what you want?
What I want never should have mattered to begin with.
3, 2, 1. Taking off. Attackers incoming.
Oh, this feels really fucking weird right now. What's going on? Hello? Turn off my mouse. Like it's on fucking ice skates. What's going on here?
Shake it off.
No idea who that is. Good for them.
On the move.
Destroy that turret.
Aerial positioning underway.
Feels like slow and like when I try moving to, it's like my aim's delayed too. And what the fuck's going on here? Who?
Making another approach.
I will break before I yield.
Establishing aerial position.
Feels like when I move my mouse, it's not covering the right amount of distance at all. In every shot. And 1 HP.
Okay, my head's in the game.
It's like when I move my mouse from side to side, it feels like it's not covering the full distance it should be. Sometimes. It's like reverse mouse acceleration? The fuck? And my E fucked up just now. No idea where that is. Bye.
Aerial positioning underway.
Sounds like a McCree.
Always more to learn. Repositioning. I will not waste a second. Splash. Hit check confirmed.
He just tried to aimbot grenade me from that far away. Holy shit. Uh-huh. Almost. Damage boost.
Let's show him some air power.
Moira by your side.
Up and away.
Well, let's go back and wait and spawn then.
Excellent teamwork.
Yeah. Moira. That looks like an aimbot. I saw it earlier. I saw that earlier with when she was using her cube before, and I thought it was kind of weird, and maybe I was just like thinking it up, but I'm pretty sure that's an aimbot. No idea who that is. Good for them.
Justice reigns from above.
We got to see him die twice. Alright, and... Where's the Moira? This was theirs. We had a Moira on our team, too. We'll use the cheat sheet. Nice. Stuff. Next game.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Okay. Oh, also... There.
Strike from above.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
There is always room for improvement.
Good.
One. Round one. Capture the objective.
Into the air.
Eyes on a target.
That ruins that. Play a mini game where it is. Where are? Whoop! Trying to get out. There we go. Where are the sentries, guys? It's a mini game.
I don't stay down.
Huh.
Up and away. That's 3 hits. Range of the objective.
Beat him? I knew I was gonna reduce my time being in the air, or queuing, because of the turret, but anyways, I think there's only one. Normally you can hear when there's multiple attacking you.
Taking to the air.
Use time queuing. You can go further to the edge. You know you want to.
Excellent teamwork.
wanted that. Don't let me get that now? Thank you. What a nice guy. Can't get over the top of the rock. Good.
Making another approach.
Best round
Oh.
lost.
Mm-hmm.
Score 0-1.
So we lost one of our healers and a DPS.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Think you can keep up?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a weird peculiar... It's basically gone at this point. Weird peculiarity of my system. I can fucking feel it still. Junkrat is now a soldier again. Bye. I don't know why. I don't know why he would have ever decided to go outside, but he did. Mercy sacrificed her life for me. Like, that's something you learn in, like, flat or something. I want that tasty deep. Whoop. I want that tasty 200 HP. I don't want a fucking fatty. No? Hey, buddy. Bad time to reload. I thought I had time because I didn't see anyone down there. It was all over after I did. Yeah. God, someone shot me right before I hit that. Yeah. Alright, Mercy. Dude, it's actually kind of amazing that more, like, every team just doesn't have a Mercy at this point, guys, because a res is a huge deal. Resing is a huge deal. Yeah. Go other side. Need to kill the healers. Need to kill the healers. Okay. Good. Can you pre-thank the Mercy Heal bot? Why are you trying to start shit? What? Okay. She she must be harassing the DPS or something. That's hilarious.
Just one more mission.
Chill? What the fuck does that mean? Isn't what he just said chill? Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Thanks for the assist. We can do this. I see an enemy.
Gone. There it is. Yoink. Get him. This was not this guy. The other guy was a soldier at one point. Did Mercy piss him off enough where they toggled? That'd be kind of funny. I guess it's go time now.
Group up. Feeling more powerful? I am empowered.
Mm-hmm. This was a soldier earlier.
Finishing them off. Disintegrated. Shake it off.
Baptiste was also very accurate. My guess is it's going to be complete wipes for the majority of the round. I don't think we're actually going to get the point at all. Pretty sure the Echo's toggled, the McCree is toggled, and the Baptiste is also toggled. Fucking sitting here waiting for me. I mentioned definitely cheating, so. Yeah. She was there looking at that wall even prior to me doing that. Good. Like I said, pretty funny. They got dicked down for one round and they rage toggled. That's hilarious. Yep. Like, we aren't even going to be able to get the point. I think that's what's going to happen. Is it's going to be a 0-100%. Because they have to show us good. Hey, look. He knew I was waiting here. Isn't that fucking weird? So it's the Baptiste, the Echo, and the McCree. Yeah. This is like insta-kills. He's 100% cheating.
The skies await.
It's new.
Nerf this. I'm taking the point.
Overtime. Play of the game.
Yeah, cope with the ban, dude. Alright. Let's see. Yeah? So, level 1. Maybe I said the Echo as well. Or not Echo, Baptiste. Who's playing at Baptiste at the end? 3 at least. Diva wasn't. So this guy's cheating. on... Let's take a look here. Who did he play? He played Sem, and he wasn't cheating on Sem. It didn't really look that way. It was when he went to Echo at the end there. And this guy was cheating. It looked like he was cheating on Soldier as well. In round 1. And then round 2 he wasn't. And then round 3 is cheating again. As... Yeah, that guy was fucking sitting here waiting. He knew exactly what I was going to do, and he sat there and waited for me. These guys are not smart either. They do not strike me. Based on the handful of messages that you saw in chat here, guys, they are not the type that would strike me as smart individuals. So, then the McCree. Go. Okay, and the Baptiste definitely was also cheating. I don't know why he toggled, but he also did as well. That was 100%. I think that was a complete pre-made. There's at least 3 guys in there, and they're all on the same page. I don't... Mercy was starting shit. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about with Mercy starting shit. I guess because I was getting healed, and we had a pharmacy that was starting shit. This is kind of the asinine logic / like adolescent kind of like mindset that these people have. So because Mercy was healing me, that meant, just like Dead by Daylight, because Mercy was healing me, that meant he was allowed to toggle because Mercy was starting shit by healing me. Yeah, by healing a Pharah, she was starting shit. And don't throw punches unless you can take some too. Apparently, in their mind, they equate cheating to getting healed and using strategy. The same shit happened in Dead by Daylight. When I hook camped and tunneled in Dead by Daylight, we had people that would toggle on because I hook camped and toggle. Because I was using strategy, they would get angry and toggle. Yeah, in Dead by Daylight. This is a completely different game. Same sort of logic, same sort of rationale, same sort of... The mindset of these cheaters is that when an enemy does something that's advantageous, they have to do it too. Putting aside that these are not equal, right? Them using strategy is completely different in this case, in this shape or form. Echo is a good counter to Pharah, regardless of them cheating. Echo's a good counter to Pharah. Hitscan's a good counter to Pharah, right? There's ways of dealing with people that are flying around. Sombra's a very annoying counter to Pharah. Ways of dealing with Pharahs and pharmacies rather than just cheating. But in their mind, these two things are equal. Cheating is equivalent to strategy. And that's how stupid they are. Because they think, because they can't thunk it, they can't do strategy, they can't thunk it, then therefore they have to use their own thing, right? Their own in their corner is cheating. And this is crazy. Yeah, like, I thought Mercy was BMing them or something. Let's take a look here. Like, was Mercy just, like, BMing them or something? Like, I didn't see any chat messages or anything. That's why it was really weird. Let's see. Career. Too bad these aren't in the same spot. You wouldn't look in the same spot to figure this stuff out, right? I actually did really well. Accuracy-wise. Yeah, apparently I wasn't negative enough or something for them. I have no fucking idea. She has 2 kills. And she has 288 damage. She was not BMing them. Like... Her message I missed? No. She didn't do anything. She was healing me. All she was doing was healing me. There's no messages here. The first thing they said was, Mercy, why are you completely spelled wrong? Why are you trying to start shit? And they said chill, and they said shut you up, I want your ass, is what the Mercy replied. Yeah, and then I turned into that, which is they rage toggled. That's incredible, guys. That's I mean, this is literally inside the mindset of cheaters. The kind of people that cheat. As I mentioned before, the people that cheat fall in the 1 of 2 categories. People that are either kind of psychopathic / like sociopathic, or people that are dumb as shit. And most people fall into that latter category. I don't think a lot of people have Dexter tendencies, but some people do. Like where they can't differentiate between like what's good and evil and just like getting enjoyment out of things, and they just kind of have to. They find their own kind of like morbid fun or morbid entertainment, which usually amounts to other people's suffering. Fucking weird shit. And the other people are like the dumbasses that are too dumb to actually figure out how to play the game or be smart or do smart things. Fucking weird shit, guys. Yeah, like she didn't say anything. She didn't have any damage here at the end. She didn't go around killing them or anything. She has 2 limbs, 13 assists, 2 limbs, 288 damage. She definitely did not go out of her way to damage them. Yeah, it was because she was healing me. In their mind, her using strategy, Mercy using strategy, was the equivalent of cheating. That's crazy. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. I don't know, guys. Oh, apparently we've lost basically all of our games tonight, too. That's kind of neat. Tee-hee. Game. Might as well. Uh-huh.
Strike from above.
Game still fucking feels weird. I don't understand this. I might go back to my earlier settings. Something still feels off about my current configuration, where I turned on MSI mode and turned off eggs. It could also be my computer dying, but I don't know. And I might not, I don't know, have to wait and see when I get my computer this coming week. Not worth tweaking stuff right before completely switching my system. snowing like a motherfucker outside right now, guys. Good for them. We were supposed to get 1 to 4 inches. Feels an awful lot like it's gonna be more than that. Definitely, like, my aim feels fucking squirrely. Feels like it's slides. Something new tonight. What the fuck's going on?
Strike from above.
Oh, hey, look, it's our cheat lobby.
We hunt foxes
Ha!
where I come from.
How the fuck do you think this happened?
Where
Bye.
I'm from, the foxes
And we aren't
play-
playing against them again. That's fucking weird. I literally got up pissed, took time to report them, and literally talked to you guys for a little bit. There's like 8 minutes there, and then they were in my next game. That's kind of weird. That wasn't enough time for them to finish their own game if they joined another one. And it's precisely when I joined a match. I suppose they were waiting in queue for 7 minutes or something. Good for them. There's enough time. Nah, we're gonna leave immediately when join the next match. Fucking weird. Baptiste was in that match too. Same lobby? Okay.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
New match, new people. And basically everyone in this lobby I've never seen before. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Waited like 6, 7, 8 minutes there, and lo and behold, had the same people from the match prior. Ah, I see. Okay. Don't worry, no one watches my stream, guys. It's okay. Holy fucking shit. I want a new computer. Yes, I do. Fuck my defective computer. It's the first CPU I've ever had to RMA is my current one. And they want a screenshot. They want a picture of the actual die, which means I have to tear it apart.
Stay close.
Yeah. I have an RMA already going through, and they have to see my die. And that's very difficult to do while it's running. So.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Area positioning underway.
Everything feels fucking weird. I don't get this right now. Having some weird disassociation with the game. Feels like my aim's fucked up. Everyone's dead. I think Hanzo killed everyone. But my aim's actually apparently pretty good, but it's not feeling right.
Positioning.
Feels like it's loose and variable. We gotta kill the Mercy. Can't fucking hit her. Gonna have to spend time trying to kill her. Literally fucking heals anything I'm aiming at. Oh my god, thank you! But now our entire team's dead.
Okay, my head's in the
Now we gotta do it all over again.
aerial positioning underway.
Seem to ignore me pretty good, so. Okay. It's tainted that area. A nice guy. No! Oh no! He was supposed to move, not stop. He like just like he's like, do I want to get on the point? I don't know. And then he stopped moving. Our entire fucking team's dead. The fuck, guys?
Increasing altitude. Enemy here.
Like the hardest thing in the word is a hit. Fucking flying mercy. Everyone's fucking dead again. Like when she's actually trying to attack me, like I could hit her.
I can still reach you. Shake it off.
60 seconds remaining.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
Establishing aerial position.
But like if I actually go after someone, they just heal everything up, so good for them. Holy shit.
Thanks for the assist.
Ten seconds remaining.
Taking off.
Objective A captured. Spot the payload.
My shots feel super delayed too. I have a 35 ms ping. Apparently Hanzo's below me.
Messy, but we got it done. Over there.
Dude. No one killed the Mercy. Res the tank? Nope.
The skies
Not the right call.
Increasing altitude.
Guess the Hanzo killed everyone, so there's that. Oh, he double jump.
Enemy here.
On my screen, I already hit the boosters. That's why I flew up in the air. On his screen, he killed me before I fired my boosters.
Look at this payload go!
He has an ult too. Good?
I don't stay down.
30 seconds remaining.
Up and away.
Oh. Why am I so slow?
Meteor strike.
Why was I super slow? I don't understand.
All systems nominal.
Good. Alright, well, that's great. And it's another pre-made, as can be seen by them immediately helping each other constantly, so a team that should be in comp, but we're playing against it because Blizzard. Because this is how you... Why would you ever want to? Because this is how you make money. You have pre-mades that just shit all over pugs. That sucks. Like, literally everything that I aimed at got healed up immediately. And it felt like my shots were delayed, and I have no idea why. Could not hit Mercy for the life of me, despite the fact that, for the most part, no one in that match was actually shooting at me. Like, I had plenty of time to shoot the Mercy, but every time I clicked the button, it was like 100 and 150 MS that was just added onto my shot. And that's almost, it's very difficult to make up for that as a projectile hero. Pretty incredible. Yeah.
Arriving at Antarctic. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Like, sometimes you get that. There's a 35 MS server. Sometimes you get that, and then sometimes you don't. And everything feels normal. Like, your shots connect really well and everything.
I'm throwing a party.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Fishing hole. Other side? Maybe it's on a different one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
That makes me wonder if, like, stuff like that makes you wonder if dynamic difficulty adjustments in the game. So when you see shit like that, where it feels like your aims are sluggish or you can't aim at people, despite, like, nothing being different. That Mercy wasn't even really using Guardian Angel that well either, and it didn't matter.
Let's show him some air power.
The objective is
Increasing altitude.
Gonna res. Yep. No. Should use it to go over the side. I should just use that. Trying to Reddit post me. Good. Rather not have your aimbot grenade. Hey, look, an aimbot grenade. That's kind of weird. Weird, huh? Like that fucking last match, guys, it felt like I could not fucking hit or finish people for the life of me. I really hope at some point someone figures out a way of, like, testing for dynamic difficulty adjustment. I don't even know how you do that. You'd have to be able to get, like, it'd have to be a production scenario, so you'd have to get into a quick play game. It'd have to be a production scenario, so you'd have to get into quick play teams, and you'd have to probably have a stacked team against each other. And since you can't depend on comp rank, because comp rank isn't technically your MMR, because that's not the way the game works, for some reason, you have to figure out some other method to, like, play against newer players or shittier players. in order to see if they have a better experience or something. It'd be really difficult to set up, which is why it's really difficult to test.
RNG lucky.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Taking damage. On the move. Up and away.
And unfortunately, he's still in tank mode, and the method kit's gone. Good. Uh-huh.
Nano boost administered.
Thanks for the power-up. Score.
It just feels like another game where we aren't playing really that against a not very good team. Not playing against a good team, and yeah. Get steamrolled again, guys.
I get dizzy always rolling around like that. Tell me you're always right side up.
Guess maybe we'll just try and go after the healers and see what happens. I don't. All right. That's wallpaper change. Welcome to 4 AM, guys.
Making another approach. Repositioning.
Good. Good.
Taking to the air. Perfect hit. Enemy here. Up and away.
Here, let's cam off here for a sec. That's some pretty good heals, by the way.
I'm with you. ازيك؟ Hello. تمام.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Wow. That might have not been... That might have not been where they had to put that.
All systems nominal.
Team kill.
I'm here.
Zenyatta is everywhere.
Oh, that's a tank. You can fuck off.
System repair. Establishing aerial positioning.
Okay. Full health, guys. Why do I have a bunch of stuttering? Possibly cheating? Also look like the Ramada possibly cheating as well. I can't make it to point in time. Someone needs to go to point in time. There we go. Christ. Okay.
I'm on the objective. You should swing by too.
You don't have to thank me.
That's fucking weird. Huh.
Score 1-1.
We haven't had really many deaths to the fashion. Killing everyone though.
I used to be, but I'm still the fastest gun in the New
See?
West.
I don't know how much of our team is backfilled too.
Fruition comes from within, as does failure.
Like, actually, it's not looking bad at all. Doesn't feel that way in game though. Ash is very accurate. Ash is very accurate. Ash is very accurate. Ash is pretty stupid. We need to go after the Mercy. We're not going to be able to do that. Pretty sure the Bastion's cheating. Ash might also be cheating now. Misses! Misses, misses, misses. Maybe not.
All systems nominal. On the move.
You know, the trigger button nowhere near me.
Up and away. I will not waste this opportunity.
Nope, should have went after Bastion. Oh my god. You gotta kill the Mercy. Like all things, Mercy needs to die. Ash is hitting all our shots again. Like this Bastion, like if you look at like what he's doing, Bastion makes me wonder if he just wasn't attached earlier when he's trying to shoot me and just held down the button. Kind of feels the way it's going. Not? I don't know.
To battle. Establishing aerial position.
Overtime.
I will not waste this opportunity. I see an enemy.
So Ash was normal up until the end of the match. I'm pretty sure the Bastion's cheating. Not very good. Absolutely fucking terrible, but hits his shots and then like he's disconnected and just like shoots air and shit. And then it connects back up to the character again. Free aim. We're gonna take a look at a replay here, guys. Your political agenda either. Fuck off. Let's see. Take a look at this, guys. Normally we don't look at replays. I don't like most of the match. You just fucking seem normal. Then he like oscillates between like missing everything and then just hitting everything.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Oh, he's definitely cheating. He's like straight up looking at people through walls. Yeah, he's 100% cheating. Yeah, so he has like, it disconnects and then he shoots at air because he's not very good. And then he waits for it to connect again. So he just holds down the button. He's just yeah, so like we don't even need to go further with this. I thought this was kind of weird. Maybe he's good at like hiding shit. But like you can see him like looking at and trying to shoot people through walls here. Guess maybe he has a really shitty aimbot. Like look at this right here. Still looking at the wall. Still looking at the wall.
I cannot hear you yet.
Keep going. I don't know. Like, the weird thing about this is, like, the majority of the match, like, I'd say he was normal. Like, it looks like he's, like, relatively normal as a player, but then he does some really fucking weird shit.
I see a hostile.
Maybe? Normal again. But he just completely forgot about this fucking Hanzo. Christ. Trying to fucking shoot him through the wall. Hey, this is the fucking weird thing. Like, sometimes he's really fucking accurate, and then other times he just misses everything. Then it looks like he's aiming through walls at people. That looks really fucking sticky. He's trying to shoot the guy through the wall for a little bit there. pretty sure he has a wall hack at the very least. I don't know exactly what's going on with his aim, but I'm very certain he has a wall hack. And obviously there's a giant laser dick coming on the wall here, so he knows where she is. He has pre-aimed at people probably 5 times so far, including trying to shoot him through walls. But sometimes it seems like his aim's normal, and then other times it seems like he has an aimbot.
This foolish mission is taking time. 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Something. Like, the player just doesn't look very good in general. He just fucking locked. He locked, who is it over there? He just straight up locked that guy accidentally through the wall. Hanzo? Right here. Look at this. This is also, so he definitely has a wall hack for very certain. He has a cheat of some kind. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, guys. Like, this guy might be so bad that he can't properly manage an aimbot. Like, absolutely horrible player. He is clearly cheating. He is clearly cheating with a wall hack at the very least, and something that's snapping. But then other times his aim just like detaches and just floats around like he's a normal player. And other times you see shit like this, and he caught himself doing it and he stopped it because he knew this is a no-no. And then he looked back. But he is clearly looking straight at the Hanzo. It's like locking onto the Hanzo. I'm pretty sure he just did me behind the wall. But that might have been just like a line of sight thing. Actually, you can't see my health bar. There's no way you could have seen me. My head. I don't fucking know. That. You pre-aim the soldier? Pretty sure you just pre-aim the soldier. Then he just starts fucking shooting at walls and shit. The fuck is this? He just did it again. It like has to be some sort of fucking weird glitch with this wall here. Right there, he just fucking locked to the Kiriko, or maybe the pig through the wall. He knows it's happening, and then he disconnects it. Maybe not. That's normal. Wait. Okay, I spoke too soon. Did it again. It was definitely the Kiriko. It's like maybe the first time he knows it's happening, and then he like swipes his mouse back in order to disconnect it. Chest is behind the wall. Maybe this is some sort of fucking janky aimbot. I don't really understand it. He misses he misses a decent amount. Then he's actually looking at people through walls. Like, is his mouse broken or something? I think he went around the corner, so he stopped for a second there. Something. Like, does he look at the floor to avoid locking to people through walls? Just tried to shoot me through a wall. I don't fucking understand, guys. Firing randomly at walls. Pretty sure it's snapping between multiple people on accident. Pretty sure he's staring at the ground right now, so it doesn't accidentally lock onto people through walls. He's obviously spraying the ground too. But you can see it like doing this like flicking motion on occasion, which is either a mouse malfunction or his aimbot's malfunction, one of the two, or both. Or he doesn't have it programmed. He's trying to minimize his impact of it. This is one of the few matches where the ground is so far below, so there's line of sight. On the other match, for instance, the plane is basically level. On this one, it's tilted like this. So it's easier to accidentally lock onto people. I'd say out of anything, like his aim looks relatively normal. I'd say out of anything, the fucking weird shit is where he's looking at people through wall and it flicks to people through walls. Like, he could have an aimbot and it's fucked up or something. And that's why it looks so weird. He definitely has a wall hack. As far as his aimbot goes, I don't fucking know. No. He's still trying to shoot that one guy through the wall just now, regardless of the fact that he's off screen and there's a Hanzo in front of him. He 100% has a wall hack for sure. He occasionally tries to accidentally shoot people through walls. Right now. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is a really bad player mixed with possibly a bad aimbot or a computer that's malfunctioning, not working properly. He clearly has a wall hack. He clearly has a wall hack. No sane player would try to shoot you through a wall, especially this far behind. This isn't like a mistake. He's trying to shoot me right now. And it took a little bit for him, as once again a bad player, it took a little bit for it to register in his mind that I was behind a wall. Oh, there's a guy there.
Eyes on the bad guys.
Could have been checking the side, though. That wasn't necessarily a flick to the Hanzo. He's checking the wall. He just turned around and shot the ground. Like, he didn't even look at the doorway. It's like he expected the aimbot. I think this is a really broken aimbot or misconfigured aimbot. And he's like, sometimes he just shoots air at nothing. Really, walls, air. Like, he expects to aim at something and it doesn't. So this could be, it could be that he's just shooting down the hallway. Could be that he's just shooting down the hallway here. But I'm checking to see if he's just shooting the wall. He's not even shooting down the hallway. Like if he's pre-firing the wall, or the hallway, as opposed to the wall. That's the hallway. This is the wall. That's where Hanzo also is. Shooting the wall right now. This isn't even going down the hallway. He's shooting the wall. Once again, trying to shoot the Hanzo through the wall. Normally, I don't take time. This is a really weird match because I don't understand what the difference was. The accuracy, like when you watch the kill cams, looks relatively normal. But he definitely has a wall hack. That's why this is so fucking weird. It's like in game. In game, it doesn't really. Just locked to the Kiriko. I don't fucking... Maybe he has an aimbot that's programmed to miss, like 50%, like normal, relatively normal, maybe even pretty low aimbot. Like, it's designed to miss a lot. He could be pointing out the dragon. Weird. This is actually like legitimately like a wood tier player that has relatively good aim and just knows where you are all the time. There's so much happening in this match. Normally I don't take time to go through this shit, guys, because it's pretty straightforward. Again, he didn't look at the side of where the guy's about to come through. He's looking at the wall where the guy was behind it. Even though it's clear that there's a Roadhog behind there, He locks to the Roadhog instead of looking for an angle on the Roadhog.
There is no
Although he used AD strafing, so it could be used looking back and forth. I'm pretty confident, though, at this point he's cheating, so. Fucking weird match. Yeah, he's cheating. I don't know about the aim. That's the fucking weirdest part about this. Is he definitely... It looks more often like his aimbot's working properly when people are behind walls than when they're in front of him. Which makes me... Look at all these... Our entire match, almost all of our matches tonight, guys, were losses. This is fucking weird. Let's report regardless, which was the Bastion. I don't know, guys. That is probably, I don't, like, his aim, when he's shooting at people, his aim looks normal, but he clearly is snapping and looking at people behind walls. The hardest thing about that is trying to figure out what's going on with his aim, because I know he has a wall hack, so it's trying to figure out, and in round 2, he was clearly looking at the ground and then spraying, I think, to cover up the fact he's just randomly staring at the ground. Because he doesn't spray the ground in any of round 1 or round 3. Round 2, however, which is the one with the slope downward, he looks down at the ground and he sprays the ground because earlier in the match he was locking to people through the wall. So then he started looking at the ground and spraying the ground to pretend that's why he was looking at the ground. Round 1, he wasn't looking at the ground and spraying the ground. Round 3, he was not looking at the ground or spraying the ground. Only in round 2. It was pretty clear. There was also the round where he's snapping to people where he's going like this. It was snapping to people behind walls. Either that or he's a malfunctioning mouse. He could have a really shit computer. I don't really know what's going on there. Yeah, that's pretty fucking weird. And then his aim was the weirdest part about that is like he looks like he has normal-ish aim, but then he doesn't. Private. But then he doesn't. Not that you can really surmise anything. He could have a bot account. He could have a GM bot account. He could have an old account. A hacked account. Like, looking at someone's account history doesn't really give you much of anything off of information. Like, they could have just got hacked, too, and you don't even know. Fucking weird. Weird. That's like I had to look at the replay to actually be comfortable reporting him, because it felt weird. It looked weird, and obviously he got like 40 limbs. He did really fucking well. And putting that aside, in the accuracy, it doesn't look that way. Accuracy-wise, like it doesn't show up that way, which makes it even weirder. Didn't do that bad that match, did I? No, 40 and like my accuracy is spot on. Pretty good ac. And once again, my aim feels weird. Like my connecting shots feel weird. $9,000 on the Mercy. We had a 10,000 healer too. It wasn't like there's a big healing difference. And if our healers even outperformed theirs, I don't know if they got some backfills. Yeah, they got a backfill, that one guy that rage left for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was going on there. $1,000 damage. This is the weirdest shit. Like, when you watch his aim, right, it looked relatively normal. His numbers don't stack up to his aim, though. His aim was completely, like, relatively normal, but he has insane amounts of limbs and damage. It felt that way in the match, but then you look at his accuracy, and his accuracy looks relatively normal. But, once again, it could be that he set his accuracy on his aimbot relatively low to be safe. And I can't check that. That's one of the things I was going to look at on his profile was his Bastion accuracy. But it definitely did not... His accuracy wasn't quite right, but at the same time it looked kind of right too. It was very weird. Very, very weird. It makes me wonder if he has an aimbot and it was set up to miss a certain amount of time. So it'll actually RNG to the side and look and forcibly make you miss even though it's locked on. Forcibly make it miss and then lock back onto you. I mean, that being said, we've seen a lot of cheaters tonight. We had that Widow in an earlier match that was shooting me in the shins, despite the fact she definitely had an aimbot, and it wasn't a bone mesh aimbot, but she was shooting me in the shins. So it could be that that got patched at some point, because I opened my mouth about that, not just on stream, but also in the game, about the fact that when people have aimbots, 99% of them are not bone mesh aimbots. They just snap to your chest or head. Occasionally you'll run into a bone mesh aimbot, but they're pretty rare. And even then, like the Widow we had earlier tonight, also very weird, because she would shoot me in exactly the same spot on my shins. It was like right in between the two, between my foot and between my kneecap. It'd shoot me right there. So as I joked before about having an aimbot if you do the dangly, the Bensam tech, dangly tech, where they can't lock onto your chest or head, that'll start shooting you with a dick, and it looks like it just shoots you in the shins instead. I don't know if that's the only data point I have on that. I don't know if that's actually new or if that's something that already exists or what's going on there. It's the first time I've seen it, though. I don't know, guys. We had some really fucking weird games tonight, guys. Almost all losses tonight, too. Like, we didn't even perform that bad, stat-wise. Like, I didn't perform that bad. It actually looks pretty good, but all my games are basically losses tonight, so, except for one. Pretty crazy. Hopefully, at some point, I'll be able to get my new computer will come in sometime this week. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch juice. So you guys have that to look forward to. Not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. But good. Alrighty, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit and you enjoyed the fun, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Usual shenanigans. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Oh my god, Idawin, you're in here just for my analysis? I knew you enjoyed something about me. You liked that hot replay action, didn't you? But alrighty, guys. Idawin's here, so it's time to end the stream. Yep, the beauty of Idawin, bringing in Euro hours. Why is it so hard to say Euro hours? And hopefully at some point I'll have a new computer in the future, so. Alrighty, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. Yeah. If you are new to the stream, let's do the outro again. If you're new to the stream and enjoyed things, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from late night to early morning, GMT -6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s. I am out of here for this evening on Fast Forward. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday night and Monday morning. Have a good day, guys.